well. If you're watching, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/otakusmile2. And if you're watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, comment, maybe we'll subscribe. If you don't see if you leave a dislike, and so why. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me quickly check so we can hear me. Can we hear me? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can hear me. Cool. Woo! Do Minecraft? I said I was gonna do it yesterday. Yeah, because Hedge was playing on a different version. Feels like something's wrong. Everything is as it should be. I don't know. Maybe it's time to kind of get comfortable. Maybe just because I can't see anything else. Alright. Alright. Oh, there we go. Okay. Something feels wrong here. I mean, I don't put it but yeah. That's what it was. Like, no, I already know. I've been playing this world for Shut up, Minecraft. If it's gonna keep annoying me until I do it, I'll just do the... I do need planks, probably, for something. Realistically speaking. Shut it up. Come on. Come on. Alright, I need to set up lights. Alright, playing Minecraft, not Hytale. Need to get used to this. Yeah, everything looks as it should now. Let's sleep. Trying to decide what I'm gonna do. Still haven't looked up Iron Firm. I just am too tired. The weather's just kind of had me tired. Slow down, all that jazz. Alright, I guess I don't know if anyone's doing that, but I could just probably just work on doing some removing of layers for a bit. Cause, you know, it's just something chill to do. Alright. Which one is where? I think. Yeah. We'll start with a little bit of this, and then from there, I'll probably work on building something. What level of grayness? Oh. Well, no, it doesn't feel like it actually is. It feels like it's still normal rain, but I want to double check to be sure because I'm never completely 100% certain. So I'm running all the way back, but I feel pretty confident it's not. I feel relatively confident that it's not actually. Alright. Probably set another bed, like, right over here. So it's got a better spot. There. Anyway. Okay. So this can be put up. Amazing how much dirt there really is. And then we can also do, and we can just go up. And just clear that out. Like so. Honestly, clearing out. Hello, Lost! No. I am not enjoying the weather. I'm assuming you're meaning IRL. But, no, I'm not really. No. I made my cat extremely clingy. How about you? Have you been enjoying the weather? Not really. I mean, rare, yes. But, I mean, you're getting all the cold and, like, none of the things that can be... Like, it is better today than it was yesterday, yes. But no, I feel like, cold. That's the real answer. Florida lizard. Let's be warm. Even if I, yeah, even if in other places it's far colder, you know? I always wanted to be warmer. Is it? Well, it's not necessarily. Though there's probably many a person that's not too excited about that. I would think. Yeah. I do believe that, honestly. It will get cold again. Hopefully not as bad as this time, though, because this time was kind of a little ridiculous. But, I mean, yeah. No, I haven't really gone outside. Because, you know, it's cold. You know, I am gonna say, like, playing Hightail and then playing Minecraft, it really makes me really realize how clunky gameplay is with Minecraft. I may be weak, but I don't want to get sick. Because this is the time of year I get sick, and I don't want to give myself any extra things that could lead towards that. Unless you'd rather I end up stuck not being able to stream for several weeks on end. 2 months, depending. I'm prioritizing my health. So, like I said, I don't really want to have that happen again. Yes. Fine for you to say. My problem would be on, I don't like how I feel when it's cold, but I'm not really able to tell how cold it actually is after a certain point, so. Anyway, as I was saying a second ago, though, I am kind of realizing, well, things I like about Minecraft more than Hightail, and things I like more about Hightail. Or things I like more about Minecraft than Hightail, that's what I meant. Both ways. Might as well just try to run back and forth. Although a few of those issues with Hightail probably are more likely to be adjusted. Still. You know? Do ask my opinion every now and then. I was just saying personally, I've been playing enough of both now to really have a decent at the same time. I'm sure if I could have things I could say there as well, but different story. But I'm just saying for the two that I've played, I would rather play. I just literally mean gameplay features specifically. That's fine, let me fix that. I was worried because I had to... hopefully that's okay. Although it's also probably because my voice just is not very, a little off. So, like, less overpowering, more, blending. Cool. But no, I'm just like quite literally movement wise and stuff, I feel, I suppose it's more, I'm feeling how clunky it feels running around in Minecraft. Even now. To some extent. Which is just a little weird feeling. Because I don't feel like I necessarily, but at the same time, I think, yeah. Movement does not feel as nice in Minecraft as in Hytale. But like I was saying, I don't think it's so much that it's like, it's just that it makes me just see how how little they ever put into focus on that. With all these updates they do. And it's like... I suppose it's a smoothness. I feel like I should be feeling that I just can't. Here, that I definitely do feel with Hytale. I'm not even like just referring to just the jumps and things. Like... Well, actually, when I say jump, I mean more like, if I say jump, I mean it's just like... There's just a slight delay here. And it's not completely noticeable until... I mean, I kind of felt it with Cupid Odyssey too. But I could ignore that because I was like, I have a jetpack and stuff. Okay. I'm just literally saying it's something that I had somewhat noticed with the... Because I had also done Cupid Odyssey. Which is also voxel based. But no, I feel like with Hytale, it's just all the more kind of just made me like look at it and go, it really... I feel like if they're gonna keep doing little updates and just doing kind of really small things, I kind of feel like that's something they should probably work more on. Yeah, it's not something that's completely obvious. But it's such a small thing, I guess. It's probably big within the code, but small thing to see, but it's unfortunately very noticeable. No, I'm sure I'd also feel the same if I had done, even though I don't have an interest in vintage story as well. Because I think it's just... Because at the end of the day, it's still effectively from... some of the earlier days of Minecraft. From the moment they had to, like, sprint. I don't feel like they've changed a whole lot. Sure, they added the ability to swim in 1.13, but that's a little different. I don't know how to put it. Maybe. And mind you, I'm not saying it has to be, like, to the point of, like, Hytale or Keep It Goddess or anything. I'm just literally saying more, like, I don't know. I guess clean it up a little bit. I do feel like I need to specify that, though. I'm not, like, saying, like, making it like the other games. I'm just saying... move. Just slightly. Like, Oh, I do agree. I do agree. But, like, if they're gonna be doing... True. I get that. Like I said, I've just... having done several other games, that's really what occurred to me. It's not so much that the... It's like, it's not so much that it's like... It's that level of... It's not bad... Which is why I honestly am saying I don't think they should change, like, their jumps or anything like that. I just feel like... Although I guess it's got more to do with probably needing to adjust... or clean up the code. Just this lightest... And I know this is a longer-term world, but even on a newer world... The input lag is just a little bit... Something tells me, which apparently is something on Bedrock has become pretty bad. I don't know, I just feel like if they're going to change core aspects of the game anyway, like with the baby animals, something that you are actually going to be far more likely to kind of feel, at least, you know? I suppose that's kind of where I end up going with it. Cleaner movements. And yeah, I do agree it is subjective. But so is, True, that's true. And anytime they try to change anything, I don't know. No, I was just saying, like, these last couple updates have been kind of even worse. That's all. Like, it is kind of bad. But I think it's also... See, that's what I was just thinking of, realizing. I don't think it's just even that. I think it is... It's in part... Since whatever it was, the spear one. A little bit in copper, but... I don't think I would have noticed this as much if it had been before that one. Because, like I said, Keep It Goddess has some more fluid overall, but I should have noticed then as well. I really didn't. And yeah. I can acknowledge it could just be that my world is like... But, again... haven't changed enough since before and after. See a major difference. Possibly. Did you see there's a possibility they might actually end up adding sideways slabs? Or vertical slabs, rather? Yep. Because, Jeb apparently... I've seen other people talking about, because I don't got Blue Sky. Apparently on Blue Sky it was like, what do you mean? They said we won't have the vertical slabs because they hinder creativity and all this stuff. And it's just like, yeah. Hello, Tomas. But, yeah. Not a definite. But, you know, I mean, it's nice to know they might do it. Maybe. For that, I think they have to get the developers to play, Vintage Story, I think. So then go, it's not that different from Minecraft, but then start thinking about taking the ideas that were actually implemented that people had wanted in Minecraft. But didn't get, so they got elsewhere. Because that's the real answer. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. Alright. I should probably work on something else too as well. I just was starting with kind of, yeah. Oh, yeah. To be fair to most, initially they were originally... There was an initial design of having a Lego game. You know, it's a really cool kind of thing to look up. But then, Notch didn't agree to the kind of totalitarian terms. So it ended up in Fortnite years later instead. Well, totalitarian isn't exactly right, but they expected it to be only focused on that game. Yeah. But apparently there was originally supposed to be a crossover game kind of thing, or rather, a game basically using the Minecraft engine. But Legos. I'm not good at explaining, so I would say I'd rather recommend checking out like a video on that. There's several good ones out there. But, yeah. It's a nifty idea. But, ultimately, is not something that could ever really work out. I can't make it from there. I didn't think I could. Anyway. There we go. Do. I just looked it up. Yeah, I told you. Like, the original. Mind you, I don't think it could have ever worked out, but, you know. I mean, it had the potential to exist. And that's the most insane part of it. Anyway, it occurs to me I'm trying to explain things, but I'm probably not going to explain them well. Or will come off sounding probably more rude than I'm intending this evening. So I say in advance, I am sorry. And hopefully I do not. But no, I definitely think it's nifty. Fascinating that it could have happened. But looking at it, I can see why it didn't. Honestly, looking at why it didn't, to some extent, I'm surprised that... Well, I'm not really that surprised, but I am semi-surprised that it ended up doing, like, being anywhere else that was already an established game. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that they weren't. Notice how I put it. I'm honestly shocked that, but I suppose they realized they needed to pick a group that, trying to figure out how to put this in a way that's not semi-rude. Because, I mean, and here's the thing, I can understand why somewhat. Well, maybe they finally... Because the thing is, when you look at it, part of why they hadn't succeeded till now is they were kind of... From what I understood, from what I was, like, seeing from what people were talking about, it's like... And here's the thing, and I'm not saying, like, this isn't a bad thing. I understand, like, protecting brand and all that, but a little bit, over the top with what they wanted. I think to a more reasonable, starting point can help. Again, not in a negative way. Just... Well... Anyway, I mean, honestly... I've had issues for years. suppose the way I'm trying to put it is, like, I understand trying to keep, well, keep isn't the right word, but the focus more on, trying to have a certain level of focus to them and all that, like, and I can understand brand recognition desires and all that, but realistically, at some point, compromise. Because let's be real, at the end of the day, Legos are just pretty colorful blocks. They aren't even the only ones to do it at this point. And they've become kind of pricey. And so I would say have somewhat priced themselves out of the original market to some extent. Not entirely, but well, I don't even know if you know what I mean. I just feel like whenever I see any, like, not just some online, but like even in the store when I see the Lego sets, I feel like they just look so expensive for what they are. I guess. Yeah. It's like, if your target demographic is specifically, and only specifically in theory, for like, especially if it's in stores and stuff, and for something like Minecraft, yes, you can have some adults, but you're far less likely to end up with the prices end up, it's like, I'll just say, like, I get inflation, you know? I do. And I mean, that's where I'm left with. I can understand for some things, but I don't know. Plastic bricks that have less versatility than the older ones, because these are like literally designed more around the idea of a very specific set. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying. You know what? Here's how I put it. It's about how often they should, in theory, be expecting to have their product be bought, right? Something like a video game, I can understand that being much more expensive, simply put, because they expect somebody to buy like one game every couple months, kind of thing, right? Even after with COVID and everything, you're not going to see where you necessarily are guaranteed to get those hits. And yeah, there are games that'll definitely be overpriced. Oftentimes they're not bought. But I feel like with something like Lego, that's something that I should be expecting people to be at least willing to get, you know, like one set for their like, kids or whatever, like, potentially even, like, I guess value-wise, like, Because, well, no, they aren't all like all at once, but you would definitely have what you could have for multiple. That in theory would be bought for either a birthday or. Yeah, no, I do agree. They all are. But see, that's why I think it's more the Lego side rather than the brand side. I'm sure they expect a certain like specific cut, but at the end of the day, the one setting the price. Anyway, I'm more saying just like I feel like it's the kind of product you expect to be. I don't feel like. The years. That's the other thing. With a lot of video games, they expect to basically sell because they'll be a studio. Because you're not going to get like repeat customers immediately. You'd have several years in between and stuff. But with Lego, in theory, you should have something, and other things akin to that, which is where it's like, I do feel like, specifically when I'm saying this, you should expect to have repeat customers more often than once every couple years when you have finally got a product out, right? I don't know. Considering how many sets have turned out to be over $100, as like this is specifically only aimed at collectors kind of thing, when it's like this feels like this should be something that's a lot more um I don't know. I just don't know how to put it. And I agree with some of them, yeah, sure. But at the same time, I suppose, as I said, it's not so much even that it's the price itself. I feel like with the amount of versatility that the bricks specifically that they do have, or will put out, because they've made them far more to that specific set. And you can kind of tell. So that's more my point. On that. But overall, like I said, I'm not trying to say it in like a negative way necessarily. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I like I said, I think it's just, to me at least, I feel like there's a certain level of just you know what? I think it's the same problem Minecraft has nowadays, which is probably why the sets are even worse. And that it feels like, for the most part, they kind of just ignore what people are actually interested in or saying, and the actual words or where it comes from, and instead just going, well, we're not wrong, so they must be wrong. I think that's an issue that both companies have had. Whereas a game like Fortnite and Epic Studios has effectively done different. Not because they're an amazing game, but because they go, oh, people said they want this, let's get it. To the point it's become a little bit ridiculous in that way. And yes, you should say no to certain things, or to be like, we need to adjust this or that in return. But at the same time, ironically, between the two, you have a lot less complaining on one side than the other. Because it's not really complaining. You know? It's a lot more like, well, you missed your chance, but you know that there was a chance, so, well, yeah. Versus here, where this, it's like, you know? I don't know. I don't know how to put it. Yeah. And like I was saying with the vertical slabs, where you've got Jab on his. I'm left with Pig. The very fact he's picking Blue Sky on Twitter, whereas most people, including people who declared they go back to, they'd only be on Blue Sky, they went right back to Twitter, because there was nobody on Blue Sky. To stay there, well, for one, and not have like a, maybe you don't interact, but just like a echo account so people can see it, you know? Kind of says a lot. But beyond that, the concept of going, where did, how funny, how did people get this idea that we said that it hinders creativity only for people to immediately be able to pull up the feedback site that they reference and go, oh, you want to know if something's going to be added? Check this. It just shows a level either of maliciousness or just choosing to ignore anything anyone's actually saying, which ultimately proves the point people have been saying for years, which is that they're not actually listening to the people playing the game. It's the biggest proof, ironically, that they have now officially, well, not specifically officially, but have effectively given and shown, no, they really and truly don't actually listen to what anybody says. And only hear blah, blah, blah. Which is not a healthy mindset for, especially if you're continuing to update the game. And ignore what people are saying. It very much is what eventually leads to a death of a game. Not because, like, ooh, like, and no, I don't think they should just listen to anybody and everybody. There's a lot of people who will whine about things, but Lego kind of listens. But what I was saying is part of what was led to the Fortnite. I was trying to figure out how to get to that. But in all honesty, was them not listening for years and then finally just having to give in. Because yet another one of the properties in question just kind of failed. Ironically, has led to somewhat more listening to, right? Which should lead to some success. But I mean, it doesn't help in the long run at this point, but yeah, I think that's kind of where I was trying to go with it. Like I said, I'm not very focused today. But yeah. That's the thing. They eventually had to start listening because they or not making profits. Many of their ventures ended up starting to kind of fail. Not, and again, I'm not saying this in a negative way, I'm just saying how, like, honestly, it was inevitable. That's what I was saying. Ironically, with Fortnite, that they're super good at listening to the point that you kind of wish they didn't, but at the same time, I think overall that's not a bad thing. And the biggest reason why it works so well for them is because at the end of the day, you can't go and complain that they are not listening to people, because they are, to the point that it becomes a little ridiculous. When you see gameplay and go, this quite literally is not the same game it was. Like I said, it's not necessarily the best option either. But I think between the two, it's why, in a lot of ways, long term, they haven't had as much where people just are left going, why the heck did you add this to the game? At the end of the day, they know it's because somebody asked for it, so they worked at it to get it. Have gone, are they hiding from my eyes at dawn? Fading from view, they disappear. I am blinded by the dawn. I wouldn't speak too fast on that. I mean, just look at Bedrock. Every mobile player of Bedrock could tell you that ain't true. Yeah. I think the only reason they haven't changed Java significantly is because they really can't. Even though it could use some changes. Oh, just tell me where to go. Even though what I like has been fading. Also, I don't know if you know this, but if you live in the UK, you're about to not be able to chat unless you give them your government ID. By the dark. So yeah, again, I don't know if I would go there with the Minecraft doesn't. And I know technically it's the British government, but at the same time, I feel like if it was really that, they should have tried to start implementing that or made that clear they were going to do that several months ago. Not at almost the same time when they're adding this person for Ubisoft. So we'll go there. Or if they were effectively leaving it as a shadow drop until the last minute so that people couldn't, well, get upset. But, yeah, with those things, I don't know. The stars seem far away. After all, they technically don't actually. I think the biggest thing is like with that is like they aren't running those servers and things. They don't kind of get. It's that whole. Yeah, it's the same exact stuff, by the way, as Roblox. I don't disagree, but I was just saying, at least with Roblox, they kind of made it clear they were going to do it. They didn't effectively hide it until within weeks of them implementing it. And then say they're going to do it for the whole world eventually, potentially. They want to expand it, or rather Microsoft has said that specifically, but Minecraft is a Microsoft game at this point. That in itself can not really. That's actually well, Roblox. Yes, that was because of the lawsuits. Because, well, there's actually some actual legitimacy to that. There's other questions there. But it doesn't actually solve the problem. Minecraft, on the other hand, it's like... is where it becomes questionable. Kind of thing. As I said, it had nothing to actually do with the UK. Yeah. Seems like it, but... in reality, it was just a, no, we totally aren't trying to get kids, by years of ignoring that kind of stuff. But in Minecraft, well, you've had some stuff like that. It's mostly been more on the YouTube side, if you will. Unsavory individuals who have used the system to their advantage. And that system just being... well, but overall, it goes right back to that whole, well, the biggest thing is it's like, I mean, the biggest irony is there's already a mod in place prepared to circumvent that some people have already made. So, yeah. And we're able to make it quickly because apparently it's been something that's been implemented into the game since a while ago. Just never used. Which opens a whole can of worms. Well, the thing is, I think the biggest reason why is, well, trying to figure out how to put this in not too rude way. But the answer is simply put, they don't care. At the end of the day, in reality, 4chan already set a standard. Ironically, that I'm mentioning, but the fact that they had already set the standard that you don't have to do that. The UK really wants to prevent that. They can just block the online themselves, which they do. But they haven't got a right to effectively try to take down a company that's not based in the UK according to their laws, because in reality the base laws that they have to follow are the laws of the country that it's in. Which is why they backed off of that. Fortnite would most likely use the same exact argument. They're not based in the UK. You can't demand that they follow the UK laws. You can block them if you want, but you cannot force them to change that. Especially since that's something that just simply doesn't work. Because it would require effectively a blanket system, which at the end of the day, plus they most likely will, if there was ever brought up, argue that they don't aim at anyone below 17 technically. Just look at their look at what they add to the game and stuff. It doesn't matter that there's individuals who are younger who play the game. Like, it's not who the target demographic is. So I would argue they have actually done things in a smart way. Especially because they have now added things like, and I would say this is probably why they added like Simpsons stuff and South Park stuff when they did, right? I mean, yeah, they had added Family Guy, but like not this kind of almost back-to-back kind of way. So you can't argue that it's aimed at kids. Or that they have any reason to expect that anyone who's playing their game would be a kid. What I'm saying though is there's different ways to handle it. You either need to be upfront from day one on that kind of thing, or you find ways around it. But Minecraft's kind of done the worst of all worlds, trying to hide it to the last minute. And then, yeah. Well, you know. I'm not saying... Minecraft is what happens when you decide that you're going to aim or try to change the demographic. Try to be like, no, we're kid-friendly, despite the fact that the average player base of Minecraft are, in this point, 20s, 30s, and oftentimes a bit older. Yeah, you will have younger people playing the game. You can't stop them. But even then, that's most likely only on, like, Bedrock, so if you're really, like, feeling like you have to, that would be the version of the game to do that. Especially since that is more set up towards that. Or you can still at least talk to someone who's friends with you on there. Which, ironically, is still problematic because all that means is someone just has to get someone to friend someone else. Not even that hard. And now they have one-on-one access to your kids. The kids, rather. Overall, I would argue objectively worse than just in a large pool of chatters. So, you know. Kind of feels worse. I don't disagree. Notice how I put it. I stated that they can easily argue that the player base and that the aimed at demographic is older. Not that they don't have a wider player base, right? Beyond that, simply writing it out, because the fact of the matter is, there's no guarantee that this is lasting very long anyway, is, I would say, in all honesty, the smarter move. Even if you have to technically temporarily purchase it from, like, the UK, people have used VPNs to get around that plenty of times. And then you can just simply argue, well, that's just how that is. You don't have to comply in that way, because like I said, it'd be one thing, and this is where I'm going, it'd be one thing if they actually were okay, they wouldn't have a lot of choices there. But they're not. Mojang is based in Sweden, and Microsoft is based in the US. Certain things coming out about Bill Gates. It does open questions, though. But, he hasn't run the company for years, technically. Still. If they... Although, yeah, no. The more you push something, the more skeletons that are most likely in your closet. Realistically. Because parents should be parenting at the end of the day. Like I said, between the versions, I don't feel like with Java, there's a whole lot of kids playing Java. Yeah. No. That's kind of where I end up going. So you're going to force them to authenticate for playing Java as well. Despite the fact that I would argue a large number would not be. Simply because to be able to play comfortably on Java, you need at least a, I would say, you can't just have a graphic computer. But it is something that should be viewed as concerning. Because, yeah. And honestly, the thing that says they have no actual legal, like I said, it's the 4chan thing. The fact that 4chan was able to say, yeah, I dare ya, and they backed off, shows they know they've got no legal, which is ironically the most 4chan thing for 4chan to do. No. The thing to do with that one, which is the biggest reason why it's stupid, is just get some random cartoon character, put a beard on it. Voila, you should pass pretty much any, like, AI detection. But I mean, the biggest thing is it's like, for a game like Minecraft, you have to buy it. Right? I think that's my biggest thing. Like, with Roblox, I'm pretty sure Roblox, you have where you can buy things in it that is technically free. At the end of the day, the irony is that one can argue that if it's a game you buy, like Minecraft, either the parent has determined that it's okay for you to buy, or to play this in this way, or you, as an adult, have bought it yourself. You can't even use the same arguments that you can try and use for other games, simply because of the type of game that Minecraft is. Which is to say, not free to play. Which is the thing I find the most ironic, because I feel like that would be the easiest argument you can make with it. Which is just, quite simply, I had to buy the game. Why would you assume that I don't own my own game? forces me to enter my date of birth. You should know. To use the Microsoft account with it, because you made me do that. And yet you can't determine that that means I'm most likely my age? It's not like this is a game where you're necessarily even being prevented from doing anything, or have been. So, yeah. Why do you need to know exactly? $7, I think, for Pocket Edition. It might be 10 now. But that's the mobile version, and you still have to pay for it. Which means you have to have money on an Apple account to be able to do that. Whether it be through having a card connected or having to buy a gift card, depending. But either way, that is something that has to be spent. And the real answer is parents should just parent their kids if they are concerned about something like that. And they should be involved enough to be paying attention and going, hey, what are you doing? In reality, it's not really about kids in the first place. Because the fact is, this is, like I said, it's not going to protect kids. Most kids play on Bedrock. Ironically, this is more likely to put them in danger, if you think about it. Because now the kid has no interactions unless somebody's on their friend group on Bedrock. And if someone can get them to become friends, or to add them to their friend list, then they have effectively within that world, within that literal one-on-one. And how do you prove that they yeah. And beyond that, I don't know. This whole thing is just insanity. Next thing you know, they'll implement a timer where if you don't fill in a certain ID, your ID, you only have a certain amount of time you can play because you should be doing other things. It's a very... Well, notice how I put it. The average player base for Minecraft are in their 20s to 30s. In reality, it's actually at this point somewhat similar to Fortnite. Because the game has been out for, well, in the case of Minecraft, 15 years. In the case of Fortnite, I'm still pretty sure it's over, it's at least, I think it's nearly, how old is Fortnite? You probably don't want me to look because it'll make you feel, but the fact is, like, I know it's at least 5 years. No, it's gotta be like at least 10 actually. Yeah, 8 years. You're correct. So... Let's see when it actually came out. Yeah, about 8.5 years. But think about it. Most likely, even if you assume that the youngest person who was playing Fortnite was 5, they're now 13. But in reality, most likely they would have already been older anyway, more around 10 to 12 years old, which means that they're now at their youngest, most likely around 18. For the people who would have played back then. And the thing is, other games have come in the meantime. Well, yeah, overall, you have mostly got... You'll still have a decent player base of kids on any game. You can't stop kids from playing games. They'll find a way. Especially when there's a parent who just refuses to pay attention. That's more on the parent. In that case. But beyond that, even then, notice, you're adding an extra 7 years to have the Minecraft age for a lot of people. No. I wouldn't even work. You're a dude. I think people could tell the difference. But no, I mean... Alright, I need to eat. Alright. No. My point was more along the lines of... I don't know. Yeah, no, it's just the real answer, I think, is just... Yeah, the average age of most kids that most likely play are going to be... Yep, they're going to be more likely adults for Minecraft. Same with Hytale. Simply put, because, well, for most of the hype for Hytale, that's from, well, 7 to 8 years ago. The people excited about the game... Yeah. I mean, that's just it. Hytale is PC, yes. I'm not rather on the PC. But I was much more saying... I was really just saying with that one, simply put, because it might get big enough to have a more larger, younger base, but for the most part, most of the people who are playing it at the moment are people who've been waiting. Who knew what they wanted to do, kind of thing, that they've been waiting. And that's no small numbers of people, to be clear, of, like, just a variety of even just, like, which is why you have, even for people who normally wouldn't necessarily be playing even games anymore, to play it because that's just, there's something they've been waiting for. Somewhat. But by that logic, then Java should not be affected by chat recording at all, much like Hytale, simply put because Java is PC exclusive. Like, Bedrock, yeah, Bedrock has the cross-platform if you want to go there, but it doesn't. And much more extreme as well, because there's no friends list that lets you have friends. Which I'm still gonna say that's not really very smart, but yeah. And the answer is because, like I said, it's not really about kids. It's about control. It's about getting your information. Quite literally. Making you willing to hand over your own information. It might sound silly, but it's true. First, I would do. We'll work on this some more. Get this done. The black and white concrete, right? I think this is concrete? I can't remember. Yeah. And no, not just the government. Microsoft also wants your data so they can sell it. And be like, oh no, it's for your protection that they need to do this. Ultimately, the biggest proof that they are not just going to just release the information, ironically, is the same company that was with Discord, who got hacked and a whole bunch of people's information got stolen. Like, why would you even think that people should trust that you? And the answer is because they think you're stupid. That's how I mean, but it's kind of true. Let's see. Big. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's 8 and then 8 for white as well. But yeah, that's the well, simply put, because A, they already get all your information anyway. It's a free-to-play game. Fact of the matter is that if it's free, you're the product. But beyond that, the fact that they haven't immediately resorted to that in a sketched way makes it feel more trustworthy. Whereas if they do just come out and declare that they will want you to hand over your information, it will feel far more sketch. I'm just saying in general, it's typically how it goes. I'm not saying that you have, like, specifically the same thing. I mean, think about it. Like I said, it's a lot easier for... You know, here's the other thing that probably also makes it it's not really probably, because the thing is, if it's just not that you don't care what other people think of you, then it would be the same for Minecraft. But In reality, it's most likely more because, well, Microsoft already has, self-publishing already has your information, most likely. Think about it. They made you get a account, right? In which you have to fill out your, like, information. All your information. And you have to pretty much do that for every version of Minecraft except for specifically Pocket Edition. But Pocket Edition still, you can't really access a whole lot of stuff without it anyway, so all you really have to do is say that chat is requiring an account. Fair enough. Point being, they're still going to ID you if you were in the... I know you're not in the UK, I'm just saying that if you were. Doesn't matter how old the account is. And that's why they're not trustworthy. Because simply put, they should have that information. Is it just me, or does the concrete look a little bit more grainy than it used to? At the very least, should be able to go by, well, when was the account made? Sure, I might be in trouble, just simply put, because I never bothered to make one until more recently, but... someone who's had a long-term, you know... logistically, there should be nothing wrong with that person utilizing their product. And that's where it becomes sketch. I can tell how old an account is. It goes beyond that. Like I said, the AI that they use to authenticate your age, all you really need to have is a mustache. Like... that's where I end up going, yeah. What? Like, why would you... Heck, one of the things that's been used quite a bit to circumvent it is quite literally Death Stranding. Photo mode. I kid you not. Yep, it can message you. Especially if you don't have a mustache and beard. Beyond that, if you claim that you're younger, it will believe that you're younger. That's the thing that makes it kind of suspicious. Point being, like I said, I think the other thing is that I would also say that makes, ironically, Fortnite and the Epic Store somewhat more trustworthy is simply put because they haven't really done the same things as Steam as well. They quite literally are pretty clearly in it for the profit. But if they deem that it's not going to be profitable for them, they don't do it. This can be a negative thing. But for something like this, ultimately, it's more likely to come out as a positive. Because if they know overall their player base is going to be not interested in that and they're more likely to go to other games over it, they'll simply cut their losses in, whether it's the UK or whatever, and not capitulate. Because money is more important. Ironically. And thus, what the customer wants, the customer kind of gets. Realistically speaking. It is their very desire for money that honestly makes them feel more. Because, yeah, well, they probably have sold your information. The point, reality though, they still want you to come back. They're far less likely to do it in ways that are more either obvious or beyond that. Not good for them. It's just how it goes. I mean, it's the same for anything else. Think about it. Let's say you have two, just to use it in slightly different terms, two restaurants that both serve beef dishes, right? And you have some random person, or some small percentage, that isn't a very large percentage of your base, right, of what you're selling, or who you're selling to, rather, comes in and demands that you become entirely a vegetarian or vegan restaurant. Doesn't matter. The one that cares more about looking good might give in to that. Whereas the one who is looking at their profits is far less likely to, because they'll be like, I don't get that many customers in. Why would I give in to those customers? Oh well, I don't get those customers at the end of the day. So that's such a small portion that, oh well. And then overall, in the long term, the restaurant that gave in effectively going and caring about their reputation, long terms, they honestly lose profits, whereas the one that didn't gains profits. People are more likely to side with the loser. Well, not really loser, but the person who's being attacked. So the person with the restaurant that continues to serve meat will continue to succeed. And potentially gain a larger fan base overall. Or customer base in this case. Especially since you'll also have where people will go, why are people, you'll go in, you'll go to check out, why are people like looking at human nature, you want to see why something's bad, right? You find out it's good, you now want to defend it. Ultimately, That's kind of where it is going. I'm just saying in general. But ultimately, so long as Hytale doesn't decide to add something similar to Minecraft and Fortnite and the like, right? That will pull people away from Minecraft who are upset that they added that to Minecraft because they don't feel that it should have been added. It doesn't matter if Mojang or Microsoft tries to give the explanation that it's the British government or not. But at the end of the day, the way they chose to go about it is the way they chose to go about it. It doesn't change in the long run. Because that's life. It might feel like they might feel like they're being wronged with it at that point, but it will still ultimately be their choice that leads to it. You don't have to do really anything. One way or another. If you choose to go for what you decide is a more popular option, you might end up having a more negative result. Because in reality, it's not necessarily a more popular option. Honestly, that's where a good company weighs their pros and cons. Thanks. And looks at the overall picture rather than at a tiny key. It might not feel fair. If you're not what they've determined is the overall base, right? Or rather if the pros if they determine that you're not, but at the same time, long term you'll find out if you were your site, you know. Anyway, like I said, it's not that it's, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Minecraft is evil necessarily, but I am saying I do not think that that was the smartest option to make with it. I honestly don't think that the baby update that they're doing, where they're updating all the textures, is smart either. Not because I think, ooh, it's just a controversial update, but because I think, or not because, ooh, I just don't like it. I mean, I don't care for how they look. That's mostly after looking at how Hytale did babies, ironically. I just feel like to pick a time period like this for rolling that out, and effectively nothing else, but keep making it out that it's this bigger update than it really is. Ultimately, long term, that can be far worse for your reputation. Because maybe they just want people, because the fact is, what they're going to need to do is they're going to need to come out with some big guns for the next update. And considering they basically have said that it's effectively going to be the same as last year, that's not going to be what happens. It will push people away. You can argue, but it's was the happy gas, right? Slash was also the vibrant visuals, but the fact is, unless they've actually got vibrant visuals, isn't very good. And depending on how it's implemented into Java, that could cause far worse. I'm just saying in general. I'm not saying you have to agree. I'm just saying it's not smart. It's the... Instead of weighing the pros and cons, they went with what they already knew they wanted to do anyway. That's what they decided would be the most... obviously people would like this update, or rather, the attempt to hype kind of thing. Like I said, long term, that doesn't really get what you might think it will. Yeah. That's why I think it's dumb. Now your update needs to be so much bigger and grander. Somewhere. I do need to check on him. He did get hurt earlier today. And I am worried about him. He overall seems okay. But he had a nasty fall. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, I'm just saying, it's that whole, if anything kills Minecraft, it's Minecraft. No, he just fell from some shelves, but he fell off a box, and the box fell with him. And while it wasn't a heavy box, it definitely semi-squished him. So I've been trying to keep an eye on him. I suppose. I mean, that would be the perfect, yeah. Simply because, anyway, I'm just saying in general, it doesn't have, as I said, you don't have to agree that they are far more likely to mess themselves up that way. But I do think to some extent there is... They have certainly not thought everything through as an update. Which overall feels a shame. Mind you, I'm not even saying they should do big updates per se. Exactly. It's more like... changing the looks of every baby animal is going to be subjective. Not everybody's going to like it. And by the way they're doing it, it makes it very difficult to change it back, utilizing texture packs and the like. If the next update isn't so amazing that it basically makes up for ultimately, well, and Snapshot might not look like it's going to be controversial, but most likely be a very controversial update once it's actually out, because a lot of people don't follow that stuff. Then they're going to end up having issues. Because then it's just going to look like... So... literally a retexture update where you only need like 2 people. Really, you only needed just like people who are redesigning textures, like the texture. But other than that, yeah, it's not. I don't disagree. As I said, it's not that it has to be, and like I said, I don't think it even has to be anything crazy. I just feel like it has to be something that makes it feel like it warrants literally just doing retextures on the baby animals in a way that you cannot turn it back. So it's cuter. When it's like, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of them are not cuter. Like, some of them, sure, they're kind of cute, but... kind of now all look soulless. Which feels a shame. They may have been derpy, but there's a certain level of cuteness that derpy can be. And effectively also basically making it so if you want to make it so your baby moms don't age, you have to update, so you have to have the new textures. I don't see it going well. Once the update is out. And I hope I'm wrong. I do actually hope I'm wrong, but I do like Minecraft, despite how much I complain about it. But I don't know, I have trouble seeing where this doesn't end up having something happen. But is it necessarily, and you know what? I think people even just be happy if it's a biome, or even one of the loser mobs, to some extent. So I don't think it's necessarily gotta be, like, huge. I don't think it's, but I do think... I don't think it can be something standalone-ish like the Happy Gas. Because ultimately... it's... yeah, it's that one term. Although the dumbest thing they could do is bring back something like the Elytra changes, or the, didn't they add the Nautilus? Somewhere? Like, rares will get out apparently. But, you know, like, if they're gonna add a bunch of bloat, then add a whole bunch of bloat altogether. Don't just add, like, one clearly bloat item. I would go there. I think that's something I would say. If they're gonna add bloat, they should add it all at once. Rather than kind of, like... Rather, I suppose if it's a bloat item, because it's, like, several, you know? Instead of just kind of... Because, honestly... I'm gonna go here. I think the Nautilus, honestly, I don't think anybody's gonna remember it. And, like, a year or two. Which says a lot. Heck, the fact that you didn't even remember that. Its existence. But no, I definitely am of the mind that at this point, if they want to do something like that, they really, really, really should do or at least think about doing this more at once, at least. So that it doesn't feel too frustrating. Maybe I'm not. Alright, so what I'm thinking here is I'm actually thinking of making this more kind of, I guess, airy. Somewhat of a what I think I want to do here is I want to, because I did do this, right? Yeah. So what we want to do is we pull this in here. And then we would want to pull one in here. Or do I want to pull it farther back than that? You know what? Farther back. Yeah. then this can go up. Anyway, that way that's more like that, because I don't want it to actually be, I want this to kind of, like I said, I want some of these buildings to definitely feel more like they've been made in more recent years. This is one of those that I do, kind of like this one where the down area is nowhere near. The difference is that with this one, it literally just goes up. So that it's kind of safe feeling. Be the idea? So you have to enter in, right? And then you would go up. Another unique kind of thing. Not really inn related, because obviously it's not the inn, but it's like something where it's just more akin to that one than to anything else. Speaking of which, you know what, I should probably just get more glass and finish filling in the top. I do have emeralds. Or I need to get bricks. But I just kind of wanted to build something here. And then you would have the stability points, and then I think what I'd want it to do is I'd want this to go up. Or up here, then down. And effectively what you would do is you would go... I think I'd only want like a few... I might also set something up in the back here. And out. Although I guess I can get in this way and then I'll just get out after making my way. Oh, I have something here. So if we figure that this is the way this is, we can even do the same thing here. Just like that. And then that would go up as well. Yeah, like so. So you could come back down to this floor. Any more stuff, but effectively what you would do is you could have like rooms and stuff down here. But the most of it's gonna be like there's gonna be a portion up in the air as well. But you have to go up to go down kind of thing. I kind of like that as an idea because then that way it feels more... How do I put this? I want it to feel kind of... But like I said, this is meant to be different, well... Literally probably different settlements and stuff kind of thing that would eventually set up places here over time. Kind of thing. Have different ways of surviving and stuff. Having two different groups that effectively are more up in the air, I kind of like the idea. Whereas, like, the one group, and the way that it's kind of different is that the one group that also has the stables over there, they are trying to kind of stick to the actual, because they don't really know or understand how people here are able to kind of just like stand being on the ground or thing, but they're still trying. Whereas the other group, they're just kind of like, yeah, no, we're just not even gonna bother. We'll just do what we see as. Although, even though they're in the air, they actually would be more like they were underwater. They simply build more in their own style, is the idea. So if I ever do set up an underwater area, which I probably will at some point, then they would have buildings more akin to what I'm going to probably build. That way it feels more... well, but yeah. No, it's just them. I don't know, I think that the concept of having... It works for me. So what I'll probably do is I'll have more like a glass cube at the top of the building. Whereas at the bottom here, it's much more in line with having... well, I suppose that means... although, no, not really, because the fact is, the biggest reason why I'm not doing the Christmas village, though, where they don't have a building necessarily, is because simply put, the people there are very unlikely to leave or to travel. They may trade with other individuals and so on, but overall, they are quite satisfied with their lives. In a way. Is kind of the idea. Very hard to track down. I don't know, I like how that would be. As the end result would be far more, kind of a open natural kind of thing. The way it'd be viewed. Alright. But yeah, it just kind of yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna go with it. Because, yeah, I could add a building that clearly would represent the Christmas gown. But I just don't think that they would bother. It's fairly far out, and like others, like those who own the gas and stuff, they'd be far less likely to have what could be considered quick and safe travel. Not so much, it's more like the weighing of safety. To them, what's the point in coming all the way out here to get something that you're probably never going to even want or need. It's an experience. And even if there's a one or two people who would travel out here, as an overall, there wouldn't be much point in setting up a either an outpost or an ambassadorial building kind of style thing. Simply because you wouldn't have the people that you would need for it to be needing a reason to exist. Beyond that, reputationally, most like the people from out there, well, don't mess with them, are typically pretty good-natured. After all, they got hit super badly, right? And were initially simply trapped. But that honestly has led to more businesses on following the rules of whatever place you're in, because obviously that's how you survive. You live or die by how willing you are to follow those rules. And now that I think about it, how many... I hope I don't have... okay, good. It's still here. Oh, it's almost... I was worried it's about to have to get more... you know. Just remembered, oh yeah, I forgot to deal with that. Anyway, but that's where I'm going with it, is it's less... Like, there would be individuals who certainly, but that... And beyond that, because, remember, they aren't too fond of the... It wasn't by choice that their style of buildings became what it would be. Simply those were the only types of wood that they could use. It's... something that, overall, they are far less likely to build in that style. So, yeah, it's quite literally due to tree monsters. Yeah, and then we could have like a little bath area, but these actually be relatively large kind of suites. Or rather, that would be at least, I guess. Because that would match up to there. This one would have to be smaller. Still, it's not a bad size for a room necessarily. Could change it to this. I do it like that instead. And then here, do I have any? I do have this. I have dirt here. Alright, so then instead it would be like this. Here. And yeah, you could have... It doesn't really fit, but then that way you have a little space here. And potentially have a larger room here as well. Same thing on the other side, probably as well. Is it getting dark? Yeah, it's getting dark. Oh, it does need to be. Just realized the back wall has to be. I'll readjust in a second. Anyway, all I was saying is they're far more. The different places have different views on things. Well, they certainly would be the most likely to represent the cold, wintry climates of colder realms. They simply would just simply not choose you. Head out. Necessarily. Alright, let me fix this. This should actually be here probably. It'll be a 2x2 room. Or 2x3. With 2 rooms, effectively. That kind of still works, though. And then this room... honestly, didn't change too much, other than I probably would want to move this forward one. Because then that goes here. But that's not so bad. It's still a decent sized room, and it's much larger than, say, the other rooms. So you can have, we have different sized rooms overall. I might even do this like this. That will feel like that's the beginning of the hallway. As you come out. Yeah. Right. So... just gonna put that like that, because that's like that. Can match everything else up though. Let's be further back to here. Yeah. A small room. Most likely, mostly water in here. In the back. Or some form of tub. More than really anything else that I'd really focus on, because I mean I haven't really focused on restrooms anyway. Necessarily. And beyond that, I mean... yeah. I mean, I could, but I don't think I really have. Because there's really not space, it's just more like, yeah, you would assume you would most likely have something potentially. Or that effectively with the way the world kind of became, kind of just can't. Energy instead is expelled in other ways. Which does kind of fit with it becoming Minecraft. Well, I'm just saying, because I don't think I actually gave any of these guys that. I just gave them their room as they were, right? Yeah. Hi. Can't punch me, I just want to make sure. Your room is as your rooms. But yeah, the logic of kind of potentially there's a certain level of... You certainly expel waste, but potentially as more of a... energy expulsion rather than anything else. But even to argue that that would be the logical reason for how XP is kind of built up. Obviously, in reality, that's through just getting the orbs, but could argue that in game it'd be more like that's you kind of absorbing a level of energy from it, the excess energy forming into the thing you can use to enchant or potentially use some form of magic. Obviously, this is in the world, so that ain't happening, but at least like with enchanting potions and the like, that could give an explanation for how it works. You're expelling energy that you have stored up. That you are, and then that way you can even argue that's how you heal, kind of thing as well, and it kind of fits all together. So yeah, XP expulsion. Or particle expulsion. But then you don't need to focus on things like bathroom and the like. Instead have other things that maybe you're focused on. Maybe there's like tanks, or there's a room, a building that has a tank. That would allow for that. So I might build a building like that. As that would make some sense. More like... But then, yeah, I'd probably pick up some XP bottles and other things to kind of just be like, yep, and then that's that way. Probably should write that down. Let's like find a sign and give it to put on a sign. I have a couple randomly scattered around. I could just go put it down by the creeper farm. Yeah, I don't need this one because I know what this is now. So, you know what? Let's go put this down where I've got things where I was like, I'm gonna work on this eventually. Energy X. I'm probably spelling this wrong. Tank. This is just for me to remember. I can come back and be like, oh yeah, I need that. But yeah, you travel around and do these different things, and then that would just kind of be... Because eventually you'd need to expel energy within the actual, where obviously in reality you can't actually do that, but most likely would want to create a tank via... I think I probably would want to make wood. I'll need like stained glass on the inside for the color. Huh? No. It's just more the idea would be that as time goes on, you kind of build up energy. Because if you're not in a profession that allows you to do that, or you simply most likely do not have the ability to do that, which is why you would have the profession, then you would need something that would allow you to expel that energy. Sure, it's been used in other places, but overall, it would be for your own safety that you would do it, rather than just for us. Place like this, you don't need that as much because there's a lot more protection in place to keep you from getting hurt, kind of thing, right? Sort of thing, the energy that you use to heal you will become the excess energy. Whereas the place like the Christmas village, right? You would need that extra energy oftentimes because you would be in situations where you might need it. Right? Effectively, most places most likely wouldn't have need of one. But in this place, where things have become so peaceful, it would become far more necessary. So, yeah. Which is why they would develop one first. And overall, you're not necessarily really harmed by it overall. It just would probably make you more tired and stuff over time. After all, you're continuously... Your body is effectively containing. It's only really problematic if you continue to effectively find ways to overindulge. Could literally pop. Yeah. The power within you is gonna like over inflate itself and eventually would potentially lead to your death. Downfall. So you would want something. That's why tanks would be designed. Or come up with in the first place, whereas but yeah. It's mostly be for people who don't work outside the city. No, I'm more talking like in this case, like I said, it's more that the energy kind of builds up too much for your body to handle. Rather than really anything else. Thus, eventually, causing a net negative on your body. But overall, most people wouldn't be affected by that simply because, well, you're, how to put this? Like I said, ordinarily, you either potentially are in a situation where you're just going to continue absorbing that energy over time, because you're not eating that often. You're in enough danger that you're literally jumping down and all that, right? There's some certain level of pain. Less the energy is utilized to repair your body. Or some other variation of that. Only in a place that has effectively stabilized in a peaceful way, in that if you have a city job, you're never going to most likely run into those issues. Would you even start having a problem? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm not saying like it's a unique idea. I'm just saying it's not really Fire Force. That was more, you, don't have much choice. But beyond that, yeah. I'm honestly just more going with the idea that as time would go on, you would build an immunity type of thing. Your entire everything would be far, different. Oh, hello, Dark Dungeon. How are you? Hi. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm ready. I need to buy glass. Cool. That's good. Always good to get work done. On something like this in Minecraft world. Alright, I'm buying some beans. That's good. I need to actually be on one of my It's been fine. Alright, I'm gonna say that's a good place to kind of start. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna buy some lapis while I'm here as well. I also need to make more emeralds soon, but not yet. Needs to be spawn. Tastes been pretty fine. Alright. Ah. Okay. Boom. Alright, Alright. Yeah. I just kind of try to get a little bit of a building done real quick. Or kind of not quick, but starting to get the building done. Alright, this is the building in question. I know it doesn't look terribly good yet, but it will, it will. Hopefully. Alright, so I don't want to do too much at once. Alright. Alright, and that's that. I'm gonna do a stack to start with. This is gonna be complicated to get up and do, because then I'm gonna have to keep going up. But that's fine, because I want to have the other. Alright. Yeah, because this building is intended to be more, okay. We want to do this here. I'm going to pull that in, and then I want to start kind of building up, because what I would like to do is have where... Alrighty, I hope you have a good night's sleep. That's good. That is always good to hear. It is important to continue practicing that kind of stuff. After all. It's just in the wrong spot. Yeah. Alright, so then that'll be the cornerstones here. Just making sure I didn't have anything drop. As I said, I would like for it to be more, oh. This is meant to be more of a, it's being built up in water. Kind of building you might build underwater, necessarily. The top part's going to be where it's more complicated, because obviously that would require more glass and stuff. But I do think the bottom part, having it just kind of be what effectively it looks like. Well, 5, 6, 8. I want to go up 8. And then we're just going to kind of pull it over. I'm going to need to make more. quite literally, I don't think I'm going to do two... What about 4 seconds? And then I also need a, floor. So I'm gonna probably do that, but then quite literally that's gonna be where that would start from. Up there. This part in the middle would not necessarily have anything. Allowing for sea creatures and the like potentially to come in and out. So you don't want to have... So I need a bottom. I might just go with stone floors because I think that would be... or cobblestone rather. I think that would fit the vibe relatively well. Without being too out there. I'm gonna put this one away. Alright. I'm not using that right now. I could use something else as well over time, but I think I'm just gonna start with this because this works well. It's not meant to be anything fancy. Well, I would do something more like a circle. I think I would still be forced to have it be where they're kind of forced to have it be. Is it? Yeah, it is a style. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay. There we go. So we get up to here. Difference is this goes up like 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably more actually. Did I drop one? Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see kind of where we're at. I can get up here somehow. Right. There. It's a start. Oh crap, I fell down. I didn't mean to. So you can see it's definitely designed more around, just so you can see there. Oh, I do want the tubes as well. I'm gonna kind of start doing that. I did think about making them the other, but I kind of feel like you don't want things coming in. Well, I guess it could be bars of iron, but... And then you would bring it up like that. Yep. Oops, I don't want to do that. Yeah, because then that will be that. That should be there. Alright. And then we just do this like this. That should do that. Alright. So, it kind of just fills in a little bit that way. I mean, I should probably get some more glass done as well. Maybe I make more sticks. Yeah, I mean, this kind of works like this, right? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go back down a second just so I can kind of... I'd like to try and get the last couple here done as well. Another 2, I guess. 1. Let's do 3. That should be enough to kind of finish that off. Alright. And then I'll need to probably plant a bunch of cherry trees, cut down a bunch of cherry trees. Alright, wait. I think this is just from there. I just wanted to kind of have this be done. Or more done, at least. Alright. So if these go here... Much like the other side, that just comes down like that. Two, three, four. I'll get that back in a second, but I want to finish putting this out. And then I gotta make decisions. But overall, it should start looking the part. And then once I've got one side done, I can quite literally just get the water in. Even knowing that that's like that, I don't want to do that. Alright. I'll need like another stack or so. Potentially two, but I think most likely a stack and a half at the very least. But yeah, if I can get the last bit of glass, I guess, then I can at least have the tubes up to allow me to go up and down. And then I need to cut down a bunch of cherry trees, I think, just because then I can have the wood. I feel like it's the easiest to kind of sort of grow and then have a whole bunch back. Sell the sticks, buy glass. Irony of it all. Yeah, let's just take what's left. Specifically buy glass, and then also buy, probably lapis, because you could just buy that. Right. That works there. For what I'm gonna want to do. Is get, well, wait, do I have water? I do. Alright. What we're gonna want to do here is first kind of replace that, probably with one of these. Alright. Or, for the sake of being kind of pretty. Oh, I guess we'll do that way as well. Yeah, you know, that's better. Alright, so we know that that's that way. Alright, so then I need... two things. Really three. Or are going to be really fancy. One of four things that I technically need. I think. No, wait, no, I don't. I already got what I need. Although I need this anyway, but, so do I have any powdered snow? I don't think I do, actually. I need the other stuff first. Do I have any... I do have, but that's not really what I'm looking for. Guess will do. I'm also going to need you. Yeah. Might as well make a couple. Ironically, if I do it like this, and then we do this, we can have science. Or I could do trapdoors. I don't think I really want the trapdoors, because I don't think that'll work for what I want. But it might look better. I'm already expecting to say, nah, this isn't it, but we'll see. What kind of rain is it? It's just rain. It kind of looks like a... I could do the same thing on the other side too. I'd have to make more. But it could look kind of good. And most importantly, it does prevent the ability to go and do things we don't want to do. You know what? Yeah, let's make more. I'll need more anyway. Science can be used elsewhere, but I kind of like that it looks a little bit like it's an up and down arrow. If I do it like that, so yeah, science can go back in. If we don't have any more other like jackals around, but they take me. They exist. Oh, I almost forgot. I need this. And like I said, I don't think I have any snow right now, so I think I'm gonna have to go up and get that real quick. Alright. Oh, it is almost night. Alright, because on that side, then... Yeah, it looks like a little up and down arrow. It kind of works for me. I mean, mind you, I know what I could do. Got an idea. I need to sleep first. Alright. Alright, so the top one is an up, right? Up. And then down. Right? Alright, and then we can do this real quick. Almost there. Alright. There we go. There's a creeper down there. Lovely. Well, I need to go pick up some snow anyway. Let's go get some snow. And then that'll be a good way to kind of have that be. I probably should do the same thing on the other side as well. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I should probably do it. Alright, I know there's spots with snow. Get rid of. Actually, I should probably go over to this side. There's quite a bit. Not here, though. Alright, or at least there was. I don't know if there still is, I guess. There was, though, so let's just look around and see. Did I manage to move it all? I imagine I did. If I did manage to get rid of it here, we do have two as well. Oh, there's a fox up there. How did you get up there, buddy? Alright, so if we go over here, there is a grove. I kind of want to get rid of these, because like I've said before, I want to get rid of the, there is a pupper that I don't think can never spawn there, because I just never, I was here when I really couldn't be. A rare. As far as I can tell, that doesn't update ever. On Java. See? How much, there is? I mean, if anything was to spawn here, it'd be sad, because it would die. Because they still won't correct mob AI. That's the thing I think that they could probably adjust that people would be happy with. as an overall, you know? Like, if my dog didn't walk into powdered snow or lava, I'd be perfectly happy with that as an... I don't even have to do much more than that. Or cat. Or villagers. Or anything. Because they should be smart enough to not do that. At the very least. Alright. Alright, I think I can, yeah, I can get in right there. What you want to give me? About one piece of wool. One piece of wool. Oh, you re-ate. Good. I want this. I don't really want them to be white. I want them to be this color. There we go. Alright, and then I want this to be up, right? So, I guess technically I can just... like that. And it still works the same exact way. Alright, well, if I get some more water... And... I guess I'm going to go sleep. Then I can go up and down. Okay, let me grab this here. I don't really need it yet, I guess. I do need to get... You know what? Let's empty your inventory and just grow a whole bunch of wood. Maybe next time that we work on this. Does anyone have a preference for tomorrow, by the way? So you have to, mind you. That's good. Pancake. I will take that as a no. Then I will decide what I want to do tomorrow. And I'll do it tomorrow. It'll be fine. Alright, let me wait a minute. I'll grow like 20 trees. Yeah. I mean, it looks good. It's one of the few... It's a block set I would love to have. I'm justifying it, but... Like, I'd love to have the block set in question that would look like this, but that's just not gonna happen, so, you know. Furnace. I think I'm gonna need to go down to my bone farm again soon. Fair enough. I get it. There's a lot of blocks that just feel like they should kind of be in the game, right? And yet they aren't. Although, I think part of it is also just because there's certain blocks that kind of would be nice to have, and when you look at that, it becomes... It'd be so nice to have this block. As a block. Or something akin to that, because honestly I think the biggest thing with the crafting table, the furnace and the like, is they're in all honesty, they're things you'll see in real life, right? For textures, ironically. And it'd just be nice to not have to be like trying to make sure that the furnace doesn't show. Because having to actually work around that isn't exactly fun. Although it's the same thing as desiring the possibility to at least like make your furnace look like it's always on, or to use it as a light or whatever, right? Where it feels like it should be possible. Feels like it should be plausible, but it never will be. Really? Because, you know, I don't know. I don't even know. Whatever arbitrary reason they come up with at whatever point, I guess. And then blame the people who play the game, pay attention to answers, and like for thinking who is the answer. Because obviously it wouldn't be them that would say it that way, despite the fact that it is. It's only once it becomes bad PR that, oh, they totally would never have said that. Or bad enough here, I guess. Not, again, not saying it, try to be negative, just realistically, that's kind of how it goes. And it just kind of feels weird, I guess. Right. Yeah, I should just probably remove these. I think we're at a point where we can't. Well, I can remove that. Figure out where it is. Boom. Oh. Oopsie daisy. Alright, I just gotta look at where I'm going. Let's go. Alright, I think I've gotten clearing out of those. Done. Up there. There's another bunch right there. Clearing this out. Boom. Because honestly, these are all more interconnected than the others. Trees. That's the thing I like about them. But they're not as much of a pain to do as the mangrove, or deal with. Ironically. Like, I wouldn't mind there being more trees designed like this if they're not going to have the, they're not going to ever add the ability to potentially cut from the bottom, be an enchantment or what else. But I do feel like mangrove is kind of ridiculous. And a lot of them, it just kind of is frustrating to break down. Overall. Again, not like, I'm not just like, I don't know. I suppose that's kind of where I'm at. I try. Cutting down trees is pain, but and yeah, I do feel like they've made it a bit too annoying. Continue with the current kind of trend. Like, you could have a more realistic feeling tree, kind of like this one. Or not this specifically, obviously, because it's a clump of trees, but you know, the regular cherry blossom, right? I do think you can have that, while still not sacrificing gameplay. Again, as the cherry tree kind of proves. And I mean, I would say I honestly do think I that having something that allows you to cut down the whole tree would just allow them to have larger trees. I mean, that's really what Hytale did. Is they had bigger trees, but they allow you to effectively be able to cut them all down without having to spend an hour on it. And honestly, Minecraft does need that. And I'm not saying like immersion or anything, I'm just saying in general, like, it's very limiting to the number of shapes and stuff they can do if they have to limit by how easy is it to cut down, block by block. I'm not saying that, I'm just quite literally saying I do think that it's a very strange choice, I guess, to not have ever gone there. Because of, like I said, how limiting it is. It's not... Mangrove tree wouldn't feel as annoying if I could just break down the tree. And here's the thing, you don't have to have it be all trees either. You can have the enchantment only work on specific trees that way. Or rather, it has to be the enchantment kind of thing, right? That way, under normal circumstances, you don't actually, like, cut down everything. Or the tool in question can also be it. You can have a lumberjack's axe or something. And then that can just cut down all wood connected to a spot, but very slowly. Except the thing is, here's the thing, there's a zillion mods that do it. That's why they would even have the idea in the first place. I mean, they got it. I've played several mod packs where that it does that. It doesn't really hurt the engine that bad. And as I was saying, I don't think you would have to have it be something that's easy to get. Whether it be a unique piece of equipment that you have to get. Or an engine or a enchantment. And effectively, it'd be a way to handle it while going, or even just having it be a 3x3 like breaking space as well. Just something to. And well, I do feel like just breaking it all the way down would be much nicer. If they don't feel like that's in their style, have it be where you just can cut down a large portion piece by piece. Or break blocks and that's kind of where you can go with a hammer. You can have the hammer. A lot of mods do this. And since they're willing to look at mods again, to some extent, or in theory they are. I mean, they are when it's something they want, but I'd say just you can introduce something like that that does the job, that isn't ridiculous, if that's how they feel it would be. But I'm gonna go here. I feel this way with a lot of the things that I see the whole I don't know. It just... I think it's the kind of thing that it's realistically... Cutting down a bunch of wood. Sure, you can get a lot of sticks, but that's not gonna what your main focus necessarily is. Yes, that's my current focus. But that is not what I'm focused on. I'm more focused on getting glass. Because it's far better to do it that way. So, yeah. But if I wasn't, I mean, I noticed I haven't focused on doing it this way. Because it's not really how I do things. And it's not like it's that much faster to get. There we go. Alright. I noticed how many trees I cut down. Effectively make not much. Alright. But it'll be good for glass because in theory. Come here. I don't think anybody else has worked either. So I think I'm stuck where I'm at. Until the next day. Oh, there's you upstairs. Also, wait, is there any... Yeah, okay. Now we have to wait. For me to be able to sell these. I think it's the end of the day, so I can't sell them until, like, mid the next day. That's the thing. And I would just sell them. Alright, we've got 2 stacks. And 2 bits. Although we started with 48, so what we really basically got is just over a stack. Because you can only do, like, 12 trades at a time, I believe is what it is. So we effectively did 48 trades. I don't think I can sleep. Anyway. But there's too many things that you have to kind of trade for. Like glass. And the reason you have to trade for it is because otherwise you have to, the amount of sand that is not renewable you have to get is just kind of ridiculous. I find it ironic that they're adding a I still find it ironic that there's the people who are like acting like the name tag being craftable is going to ruin the price, which I guess it will for some servers, but like all you have to do is have villagers. Because a max level is guaranteed the name tag. Should it be worth less? Probably. Or a different trade at this for this? Probably. But at the end of the day, they had already done that long before they ever got to the point where they're finally making it craftable. I think these guys have, yeah. Just saying. What, the name tag? But I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people simply didn't know that was a thing, because, well, nobody bothers to upgrade their villagers at that point. So this feels a little weird. I have a choice. Hi. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is might as well gather some iron while I'm waiting. Villagers will take a while to actually, you know, become useful. Usable, rather. I think a lot of you guys just kind of spawned in. Good day. Okay. And finally, this guy. I think I got like 12 out of that. Can't reach him there, so what we're gonna do is we are going to... One, two, three. Alright, a villager trade should have switched at this point. Yeah. Boom. We got ourselves 18 iron. Nice. Nice. Alright, I need to use this. Yeah, I heard them actually working. Actually, no, it's 4. Yeah, 4 times 48. And then there's you. Oh, I'm out. Doesn't matter. Woo! Alright, yeah, you've got glass. You don't have glass. You have glass. You have glass. Honestly, anything that's like diamond almost definitely has glass. There, that's enough for now. Alright, but see, I mean, I just had to make sticks so I can get glass. It's not even that I want the, not like I want a book or anything. If I wanted a book, sure, I can, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, so much of it isn't renewable, I guess, in the game. Sand is a good example. Instead of used to make glass. I forgot to buy lapis. Or in any other way, other than trading for glass. Glass is only renewable by trading with villagers. And I don't know, I do think to some extent it would make sense to, at least at some point. Make sand renewable. If I'm worried about TNT, I mean, you already can make infinite TNT through glitches, so, yeah. Plus, if you're good at grief, you're good at grief. Hello, Night. I'm probably finishing up in a second. Dark Bay, I definitely am. Alright. I was just getting this building started. Huh? Well, not all of them despawn, no, but most of them do. Why? I don't think there were any chickens over here. Well, I decided that I was thinking about it and I was left with, so we've got people that live in the sky, right? Or they would live up into the skies. Should also have something for people who would live down in the oceans. So this is more designed around the concept of those who would live underwater, right? With that in mind. Oh yeah, those have been there. Those aren't despawned. And I figured, you know, while these guys are still kind of trying to, follow, like, something to do with the standard of like what they think that is the standard for building, right? Oh, Buna fell. I need to go check on him. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know if he is. I'm gonna need to go look. I need to finish anyway, so I'm gonna finish up real quick, and then I'm gonna go find where he's gone to sleep. But he had a tumble from some shelves and with a box. He seems fine overall. Like, it was earlier today by quite a bit, so kept an eye on him. Like, made sure nothing seems broken or anything. The box was basically just had a heater blanket thing in it, so he should be fine. It was not really much in it. But basically he jumped on the box and the box was not stable, so he went to tumbling down. If you know what I mean. In all honesty, there was nothing I could do. Like, I watched him do it, but like, I walked in as he did it to himself. So, yeah. I just had to watch him do that. I was super worried because I was left with I think what kind of saved him is because it's been so cold, he's wearing 2 sweaters. Or both in sweaters, rather. Yeah. Because honestly, the box did smack him in the side. But as far as I could tell, it looked like, at the very least, to some extent, it seemed that... I mean, not too high, but it was above my head, obviously. Oh gosh, how did you get there? I swear I left the area so that there would nothing be spawned here. I'm kinda glad that I spotted that guy. But he should still be gone. Kind of annoying that he's still there. Yeah. There is a limit, I do agree. Notice how I put it. I've kept an eye on him and made sure he was okay. And boxes falling on Cat as Cat falls is not good either. Made me very, very concerned. He's been a little bit more lethargic the rest of the day. So, you know, I've been trying to keep an eye on him. But I can't make him be in here while I'm streaming. Which is kind of frustrating because I'd rather have him just be in here while I'm streaming. If he's feeling like that, but he's gonna, I think, yeah, I don't know where he is. I'm gonna have to go look for him. But, yeah, he just kind of took a tumble. And there really was nothing I could do about it. Alright, oh, I do think I hear him. Yeah, I hear him. He's moving around. He's awoken. I think he probably sprained a rib, realistically speaking. Or his rib in general, just, because he's got a bad rib. He was born that way. Because I couldn't feel anything on his legs, although he's walking fine. Yes, he's got a bit of a limp, but he's had a limp his whole life, so... That's what makes it difficult to tell. Because he was the runt, and his, yes, your body was, Here he is. He's come to say hello and say, "Look, I'm fine. Love me. Pay attention to me." Okay. But no, because he was the runt. Yeah, I think it's probably something minor. Like I said, he slept. Although, to be fair, it's possibly also just because he's so cold. Like I said, it's been cold the last couple days. Yes. Hello. But as you could tell with the little fluffy thing in front of my face now, he doesn't feel bad enough to not be able to jump up and, like, rub strain. But it scared me, because I was left with Kitty going tumbles. Yeah. Tumbles. Not good. Bad for Kitty. Hopefully scared Kitty enough to not do that again for a while. Because he's not as good a jumper as his sisters. Especially when he's wearing 2 sweaters. Because he's so freezing. Because he's a Florida cat. Because, the weather, it just super dipped the last couple days. Whole state. Apparently parts of it was snowing. Oh no. Let's not mess with the mic. Yes, I see you. Fluffy butt gonna be in my face, huh? Anyway, but, he's done. As I was saying a second ago, before, he's just yeah. I mean, to be fair, it probably is that he's just cold. It is cold. it's just unusual for him to actually want to sleep in his crate during the day. That's where he wants to sleep at night sometimes. Hmm? What do you mean? No, there's nothing here. We have you have the tubes, certainly, here, but the idea is that, like, creatures would be able to go through kind of thing to some extent. They might break the tubes, but they won't, like, break in to the buildings. So effectively, you might have a floor on the bottom and a floor on the top, but the middle won't have anything in it. Remember, I just said that it's designed around the idea of, like, how they would probably keep their underwater. Because unlike, No? Oh. Oh, there's gonna be... The water lift is, basically being held together here and here. So there will be more... Yeah, it will be, having the spot. But like I said, you don't want to have too much wall around it because you want it to be something that is both easily, like, effectively replaceable. Would be the idea. Ah! So that's why the tubes themselves remain glass all the way through. Well, the rest of it may not. Yeah, for the structure, it will be like that. It will be like that for this one here, because that's the top stabilizer, right? Keeping everything in place. Would be the idea. Heck, even the flooring is just kind of more designed around the idea of... I mean, you won't necessarily be comfortable, but you can walk on it. Easily replaceable. If some... Like I said, the concept isn't meant to be designed around what a normal individual here would necessarily be looking for. It's designed around them. Because unlike the people with the gas tables and stuff, right? They determine they don't care what you do. They're only going to do what they do. Because that's the best option. And having buildings from different places, the way that they would be handled differently depending on where you're from, right? And then there's those like the Christmas town that would probably have no such thing, simply because, well... Me. Is he picking now? They would either not come out here, or they, even if they do, the number of them would be much smaller. And certain things they'd be less likely to want to do. You're not wanting to... Yeah, he does want attention. I know he does, but he doesn't need attention. He had hours of cuddle time. Oops. Let me get back my stuff. Pretty sure there's at least... Oh wait, I bet it's still in there. Yeah, it is. Okay. Here. Go. Oh, it's raining. Anyway. But point being, so the different places would have different, like, things that they would do and all that. So... yeah, like I said, the... plus it would also be about how likely are they to cause trouble as well. Christmas Town is not likely. Not because they're, like, the most upstanding citizens necessarily, but simply because they've got a more can-do attitude, if you will. About everything. They've survived some horrible things, and so, you know, they're like, yeah, everybody's kind of had a horrible situation. Not exactly. I'm just saying, like, that's why there's not going to be a Christmas Town building. They simply put, A, they're not likely to come into town in that way by large numbers either. Those that do come are relatively chill. You don't need to have to deal with that. Or those individuals, rather. And so overall, you just kind of end up having where they... plus, they hate their own buildings so much, right? Because of the history of them. So, yeah. It just isn't the same kind of thing there. But for a lot of others, obviously, their buildings are, and you could tell, like, more about them and their buildings. Files and all that. Oh yeah, I had another thought as well that I'm gonna I think I'm gonna stick with. Because I kind of like it as an idea. So, we need an in-game reason for XP, right? It isn't just you collect their life force, necessarily. That feels a little silly. Yeah. Rather just from killing them, because then it doesn't necessarily explain anyone and everyone. And this is mostly so I don't have to build bathrooms. But then instead, like, instead of you, like, absorbing, like, rather, instead of you, like, expelling waste as a physical thing, your body basically turns it into something more energy-related, so XP. Well, I'm not going with that now, am I? But conceptually, any excess food or whatever within the body forms an energy, and then you would use it either to heal, potentially, or enchant, if you have excess, right? But that's how you would do that, without having it be, you just go and kill everything, right? Be able to use magic, that feels a little odd. Right. But that, basically, in a more peaceful environment, which the city, if you work and live in the city, right? You really, basically, the more you have in excess, the more you need to expel it. Because that's just, I'm giving my world some lore. That's why. But it doesn't mean that it's, like, in actuality. In reality, you don't have, like, I guess. But, point being that basically, as the world changed due to the, apocalyptic event, the magic, right? Bomb. That the bodies of people honestly changed as well to kind of match more in line with yeah. Do you mean in actual Minecraft, or do you mean within this world that I'm kind of going with? it really isn't a player, not necessarily an existing being, I guess. We're kind of building, and then the story just exists. But player character, I guess, would be someone who's just traveling around the world, finding different things and seeing different things to some extent. Exploring a world that has long since fallen into ruin, and slowly but surely somewhat been brought back to life in the different locations. Yeah. It should be one of many. Anyway, point being, so I'm gonna have... Yeah. I was gonna say, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a building that's gonna be effectively... It doesn't really matter, because this is effectively... It's not like it's a map that you'd be playing like that, right? Point being, as I was saying, I'm going to probably build a building that will have an XP extractor. So it helps prevent those who either don't have the ability to use... But A, don't have the ability to use the energy in question, right? Either they can't enchant or they can't, like, expel it in some way. Enchanting, magic, what have you, right? But that they are building it up because maybe they aren't like going out, they aren't getting beat up, they aren't getting hurt, they're not going hungry for days on end where they just reabsorb the energy back into themselves over time. They are living in a more peaceful kind of life. Overall, normally you wouldn't have that kind of situation because one way or another you're going to have some reason why you're in need of that energy to be reabsorbed into you. But in a place like the city, right, in which you have whole areas that are considered safe, unless you go out into the outer world, the literal theme park, if you will, you don't have where you're going to have need of that energy. And thus it just builds up. Basically, it keeps you from popping to have it be extracted. Would be the idea. Because it starts with your body basically becomes strained, so you become more and more tired as it goes on. And then if it continues to not be dealt with, you start to kind of swell until you pop. Because you're literally full of energy. Quite literally. Well, think about it. If you're full of energy, right? Eventually you hit that breaking point. It can be a really, really high point. In reality, you're not going to probably hit it in your entire life unless you overindulge. Right? Even in the city, where you're in a more peaceful kind of situation, that simply would not normally happen. But the concern for the concept of it could happen would be where it would be used. Plus, before that point, like I said, you start growing more and more tired because your body's strained. You're carrying around large amounts of magic or energy within you at all times. But if you don't have some way to expel it, kind of just would strain your body. Like I said, a lot of people would probably be able to do it either via enchanting something, or if you can gain some form of magic ability, you can expel it that way, or when you get hurt, it is expelled by healing you from even potentially near critical, right? All you need to do is get away. And you can, in fact, recover missing limbs, what have you, right? But like I said, if you're living effectively an office job, right? In the city, mostly doing bureaucratic work or whatever, you're not going to be in any of the situations where you would be doing that, which is why, yeah, exactly, and that explains why people heal quickly, is it's the reabsorption of that energy within them, and then that's healing them. And then that would effectively allow that to be, yeah. If you live in the city, you aren't going to have where you're going to be in those situations where you could expel that energy that way. And since food would be at least relatively abundant, you wouldn't be going like 2 or 3 weeks potentially without something. Rather large amount, or a reasonable amount of something. Because that would be another way that it is reabsorbed into you over time if you manage to get enough. Allowing you to become really satiated. And world, mind you. Effectively, the way it would work is that before you started getting hungry, the XP bar would slowly go down first. Or rather, your internal. Until it is empty, and then you start growing hungry. Well, starving, rather. Not that you grow hungry, you get hungry anyway. The body still requires, or at least, yeah. But that, which is why you would need that ability to expel it. Because the body continues to need food, but rather at least make it so that you have trouble working without it, unless you manage to grow used to it. There would be places also that would be more along those lines, where they simply just feast one day, like every few days, so that they can keep their energy up. Or that they basically adjust to that. But not everyone would be able to do that, or would necessarily do that. Anyway. The idea would be that it's peaceful. And so you kind of can't, do any of the things you would potentially do. To mitigate that. But at the same time, would not necessarily have already adjusted to the concept of requiring less over time. And effectively just doing less. Where did I put the... I'm gonna have to figure out where I put it. But, yeah, it would all depend on where you live, though. Because that's how it's dealt with would be different. There it is. But yeah, in the city, it's just simply a... If you are finding that you are starting to grow tired quickly, you would have a trip to the Expeller. Or if you will. Just in case. Ow. And it would be treated as a just-in-case kind of thing. I forgot to grab the thing. Let me go grab the thing, and then I'll get that all done, and then we'll be good. And I'll do the back, and I'll get a little bit more of the other top as well. And then I'll be done. I just wanted to kind of have some more of the building done. But yeah, that's the idea. Effectively. Although it probably wouldn't be referred to as XP, it'd probably be life energy. After all, it's energy that your body over time generates. Or mana, depending. On where you are, or some other arbitrary name. But, well, mages would potentially exist within the world. Yeah. Like I said, it depends on where you would be from. How likely you were to be interacting with something that would be akin to that word or not. In fact, depending, you might be in a place that would call it something along the lines of, I don't know. I'm not sure. Stomach energy. Or synergy. Obviously, you get it when you eat. So synergy. Pardon me. Yep. It could be effectively considered a form of excrement. Whereas those who are older would probably consider that an odd choice because, well, it's not like you're able to actually do that. But it would be the concept of those who understand what it is versus those who don't. Let's make it truly dark. Those who, indulge in it, and the feeling of it, could potentially even get to the point where they just have to do whatever it takes to get more, energy no matter what. And, like, once they get to that point, you just can't save them. Even if you try to. After all, it's nothing. I'll have to do. Well, I mean, it is a post-apocalyptic style dystopian-esque world, right? that's how it would go, realistically. After some point, you simply put, are going to have individuals who have things that you can't stop them from doing. Whether it be worshipping creepers, or, well, energy stealers. But because you need more and more energy, I mean, that's partially also how they would know at some point you actually do in fact pop. Because once you start seeking it, you effectively find high sources of it, if you will. But eventually, it just can't be held in the body anymore, and boom. Now, nobody would actually know what the actual amount is to lead to that, but upon also seeing that, that would be where the concern that you can pop, you can blow up, you can go boom from too much of this stuff. Like, just ending up in your body. Building up, which is why such a building would potentially be built. Other buildings to do that kind of thing would be built. Businesses and the like. Now, depending on where you are, the likelihood of you even knowing that it's a thing changes. Like, for example, yes, in the city, that's a really well-known thing to try and prevent. Kind of thing. But, for example, using Christmas Town, right? In Christmas Town, there's really no point to think too much about it because, well, you simply aren't going to get enough energy for that. You might live in the town, but the fact of the matter is everyone is expected to pull shifts and the like and such, so it's not like you're going to ever be in a situation where you're not having energy expelled. Find the picture, buddy. Let's see it. It'll do for what it is. Anyway, but that would be why it's the way it is. You have where the... Anyway, but yeah. And the fact is, nobody would be entirely certain what causes someone to become absolutely just addicted to the energy filling the body kind of thing, because it really isn't something that would make you feel good or give you a thrill or anything like that. It just makes you feel bloated, tired, and unable to really move. So it gets referred to as poisoning, whether it be mana poisoning or synergy poisoning or something along those lines. So that would be where, like, some people would be dangerous. Which is part of why the people who end up on the list are so easily turned against. Because one of the biggest things that the list in the city is for those who have developed, well, case of the old poisoning. It'd even be why a lot of people would necessarily believe them. After all, hallucinations, like a bit of psychosis, whatever, all kinds of things. If you aren't like constantly being fed energy, you can start to like seeing those kinds of things because it's to make your body be like, ooh. So it makes you be more inclined to give in and get more energy. So yeah, that just is an explanation as to why there would be people who just, even if they in theory see it in front of them, would not necessarily believe what they see. Because you can't be certain that it's because something actually is wrong in the city, or if it's because they simply have, per individual in question has simply gone insane. Or has finally gone insane. Because that's the thing, it'd be like, perfect. Although there would be the leading theory that it's potentially because if you overextend the amount of energy you use, that your body is constantly trying to get that back, but it can't. The feeling is like you're no longer able to recognize what that feeling is. After all, that's why it would also potentially be referred to as life energy. As it is what keeps you alive. So the theory would be the closer you dipped to zero, the more likely you are to develop it. Which is why there would also be other things in place to be more careful about those kinds of things. Can't have too much, can't have too little. Mind you, even if it shows like a 0 on our character, that doesn't mean that you would actually have no energy left. No energy would be, as far as like what we'd see on the screen here for us. Kind of. Effectively, it would be showing a negative number, though, for like the energy. For XP, for your levels. Because you can expand up, if you will. And yeah, it would also potentially, for the equivalent, have where it's like, instead of withered parts, it's withered, it's like if you have hunger, kind of thing. When you eat, like, when you get hit by a husk or whatever, right? That would be kind of the on-screen representation. Would be to somehow magically have a negative level number and have infinite hunger. Because your body's trying to the idea would be your body's trying to but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is what happens to you. It just means that that would be like the leading theory in the world, right? On what causes it. That you used so much of this power that you didn't leave enough for your body. Mind you, that's not necessarily true, because you'll have where somebody will have overexpended themselves, getting themselves out of a dangerous situation, and they'll still be fine. So, yeah. Point being, within the city, there'd be a certain level of trying to keep a balance. But of course, only with energy. It wouldn't really matter about food or anything. Obviously, as long as you have enough energy, you can survive. So effectively, like, if you're someone who's going out into the creeping dark, right? You might be given a certain percentage of energy, kind of thing. You might be given like 2 or 3 levels, so you know you can survive and heal. And also the idea would be so that you don't necessarily drop below that point. Whereas if you're looking for a job, and you're not going to get something like that because you're going to be getting your energy through eating, definitively, having all that kind of thing, because it's just the type of job. Because you can't expect a business to be willing to just sell for nothing. Yes, you have where you have the one guy who he'll trade the bone meal for credits kind of thing. But on average, most like even if you only got plants to bring back, that you would have that. But under normal circumstances, most would have because it's their livelihood and stuff as well. But yeah, effectively because you can't ensure that they'll be able to make or whether they're saving or whatever kind of thing. Even if they come back with enough to have enough credits to be able to survive like 2 or 3 weeks even on just staying in town. The people who take those kinds of jobs are not going to long-term have the guarantee. So instead I say you ensure that they don't drop and become I guess they could be like a leecher, effectively. And that's something you're never completely sure if what you're seeing when you're out and about, if you're actually a zombie or if it's a leecher that has gone too far gone. I'm just kind of giving it a name that kind of makes sense, because they'd be like an energy leech. Trying to... But yeah, I think that's how that would be handled. It's just like you're given a certain amount of energy, depending on the kind of job you take. Farming jobs, you're probably not given too much, but low amounts because that guarantees for, again, getting injured, working out in hard conditions, so on and so forth. But if you're taking like a high-paying job, you get no energy. You get no absorption. Yeah, I know time. I'm finishing. Anyway, and then there's those that would specifically be absorbing energy for a different reason, which is those who are enchanters and the like, who have the ability to do those kinds of things. Thus, that they take the energy and then they would turn it into either enchantments or into power or whatever, that they have that ability. But beyond that, the excess energy also would help power the city. Because it is energy. The theme park that is partially kept running, effectively, by the people who come here. And those above. That's the other thing with them. As I've said, they're used for being the town. Yeah. That's why I was saying the energy... The expulsion. That you would expel that energy into a specific device that then you can use to transfer to other places after that. That's why you need a center like that. In a town that's in a city like this, you definitely want that. But the thing is, they would be warned that they need to be a lot more careful because they do not, most who would be visiting the town would not be used to having that happen to them, where the energy just starts to kind of pull them down, bring them down, make them lethargic, tired, just unable to move. Well, I mean, this is more like... Think of this as we've got 36 levels here, right? With the amount that you would have for transferring, that could probably run the city for a couple of weeks. You don't need a whole lot for that purpose. Because it's pure energy. So if you think about that, you can understand why your body just starts becoming more and more tired, lethargic, and eventually blows up. Effectively could run the city for weeks. If somebody manages to somehow build up to like 100 levels, that's like a couple months. That could be like 2 months. Easy. And for a body that's not used to basically being... Because the people of the city would also have some natural... if you live in the city area, right? You would have some natural ability to expel some of the excess energy, so you never get to that point. But people who would be visiting would not. So, quite literally, they would be the most likely users, potentially even constantly, because there's no way to... And so the amount would be quite high. Whereas for someone who's lived in the city, they might have where the expulsion machine is able to pick up 2 or 3 levels from them from a week. From someone who's visiting the city, that would be potentially 4 or 5 levels a day. Because of just how their bodies have this... No longer... It's meant to be efficient. Your body is so efficient with everything that now that if you're in a place where you're not getting hurt, you're having constant food, it quite literally doesn't know what to do with itself. Would be the concept idea. So yeah, that's how that would kind of work. So yeah, sure, from the average individual, not necessarily. It'd be enough for a day or two kind of thing, but people who visit the city, oh yeah. Yeah, that's good. Well, but under normal circumstances, it just simply would, like I said. Can't have too much, can't have too little. But how you adjusted over the years, just from the different ways you lived, you can adapt to eventually be able to survive in the city, normal like that, but like I said, well, but they wouldn't, because you're always in danger. Or you simply just will spend a day or two effectively in meditation. In reality, they simply would never normally be in a situation where they would have that problem, where they would not have the ability to expel that energy. Which is why, once you're in a situation where you're not constantly expelling energy, you need to be able to release. But some places that are like this wouldn't, at this point especially, have those kinds of things developed. You wouldn't have that problem. You just go, unless you're not listening to, like, literally what you get told as you enter the city, and several other places. And even then, typically before you hit that point, you're obviously becoming tired, lethargic, not knowing what you're happening, and you'll have some doctor be having to effectively just do that. And we'll just be like, they obviously just overindulged too much and didn't, kind of thing. Because remember, the overall, the idea would be to try and gather the energy in the most efficient way possible. for everyone. So there would be places, maybe not like all over, but you have where a potential, they might not be a clinic, but they'll have somebody on site that kind of has some idea of what's going on. But most people who start having that happen to them that haven't lived in a more peaceful area would not know what's happening. So would not know that the way to prevent yourself from having that happen is to injure yourself, which, yeah, that would be concerning. But, yeah, most places don't have that problem. Well, but if you're spending several days in the city, right? Like I said, every day you kind of need to expel some energy because of how efficient your body has become. So yeah, on the last day, certainly don't bother going into the, and you'd even be told that as well. Or be sent with food. Yeah, exactly. But at that point, you most likely have an idea of that's going to be what you want to do. Even if you didn't know up to that point. Most likely last at most 2 days, just because you don't want to build up too much that you can't actually, move. It has to be balanced. But again, like I said, there's a certain level of people who are in the city know how certain things are going to feel because they've been in the city, right? They've lived in a more peaceful lifestyle. Whereas those that don't, they're not going to be as confident, which is why they will be less likely to have it be several days, at least the first time they would visit the city. If they were to visit the city again, they'd have a better understanding as to where, like, how you want to do things, where you want to do things, and all that. Basically, it's a noob versus a pro, if you will. Kind of thing. First time you visit, you're absolutely just going to be like, you know what, I don't need to do that. Fourth or fifth visit, like, times you visit for whatever reason, it's, you could go, well, maybe an extra 2 days, 2 days, 3 days. So that's kind of where it would go. Yeah. Making decisions like that as it goes along. Once you know what you would rather lean into, that makes it a lot easier to determine that this is what you want versus don't want. Kind of idea. Just so that that's kind of how it would work. And obviously, you can't plan for everything, but it would just be a lot. You can also bring food with you, because obviously, if you're spending money and da 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 kind of thing, having gathered rotten credits or whatever, you can make sure you just take food with you. So if you don't have enough energy, you can kind of save yourself. Plus, to encourage people to come back, the first time you visit the city, as you leave, you're given an energy bar. Just enough to, if you end up in a serious situation and you haven't necessarily gauged correctly because you wouldn't know, that you can, basically you have a little save. Because you want them to come back, because you want them to spend money. And and feed the city. It's a good way to kind of just keep, and it'd be a good way to kind of ensure that they'll want to come back. Rather than just being, suspicious of such a place. Like, what if they... It said, has the person leaving with the thought of, they're nice. They even made sure that I can make it home. Like I said, everything is about, like, the front side versus, like, the back, right? Think about it. As the person goes down the street, they're gonna see the pretty shops, what they're not gonna see is down what they're gonna do is go look down these back alleys that are beat up and destroyed, like where the facade has kind of been removed or destroyed over time. You see the buildings. You see the fantastical trees without knowing, even down here, they're messing with your mind, making you more complacent. It's a whole show. You've got the show in the front, and then the backstage being kind of beat up and run down. But the average visitor isn't going to know that. Well, yeah. A lot of them keep the back out. It's like, probably would move this one back a little bit more. Where these exist, but they're kind of hidden back and behind. On this side, you've got the more of the decay and stuff. But the average individual's encouraged not to do that. They follow the main road. That's where it's safe and good. Right? Look at the lovely park, not noting that behind the park is a road that would lead down into the warehouse area. It would all be around the concept of the facade, whereas... Because you want to encourage them to keep coming back until they don't want to leave, and then you have them come back. Yeah. The ones who are visiting are the ones that live with danger. That's why it's a lot easier. That's why you want to have a much more friendly looking facade and ensure some of these trees are down here. Remember, hypnotic effects, brainwashing. Will literally. But not something that you would necessarily know or recognize unless you specifically lived in this area. People who live here, they know they'll get a bit woozy in the park sometimes, so they don't assume it's the smell of the flowers. But the point is, the amount of danger that even when you look down the street, it's just like, oh, well, whatever, it's just a little bit more beat up, right? It's posters. Unless you know what the posters are for, you aren't gonna necessarily go, oh. You'll just be like, well, that's weird, and move on. Like, look, there's a library. There would be books in the library. Obviously, there's not books right now, but you'd have books. You'd have places to read. Literally, if they have something to hide, why have a library? Doesn't matter that there's a secret vault behind. Unless you know that it's there. No, reason to think too hard about it. Right? It's less... I guess it's just like... Those who visit are, ironically, because they'll think of themselves as so much tougher and... They're aware of what danger is. That it'd be far easier to fool them than it would be to fool someone who's from the town when the facts are kind of laid bare in front of them. Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't necessarily be scared. Exactly. They wouldn't necessarily be scared of Dirty Alley. But the point is that it's not meant to be looked at in that way. You're not supposed to, like, go down the wet alleyway. You're supposed to kind of just walk down the street. It's not like it's that far to walk. You don't need to go down the side roads. You can just follow the road. Safe and sound. And even if you look down the street, yeah, all you're gonna think is, well, that's really not that dangerous looking. But you might not go down that way, just in case, because after all, the most important thing to note is that there's really not enough room down these streets in that way. There's barely enough, but not really enough to comfortably have one of these bots go down that. And these guys are your friends. They're friendly. They're here to help you be free, to be safe. Yeah. Alright? And again, you can literally see where they are prepared and assembled. Right here. Once it's done, obviously. Literally take a peek in. Point being, everything is to make it feel like, oh, that's fine. Whereas the individual that lives in the town might go, yeah, you don't want to go down that alley because there's a decent chance that some leecher might come out from one of, like, the crooks. If you're not careful. Leechers. Remember, they exist. The most important thing is if you're on a tour, you're not going to be taken down this way. And you don't know where it necessarily comes out. People who know the city would know that it comes out to, like, just the next street over. But you don't want to get lost, right? And if you get lost, you don't want to be in a place where you can't ask someone for directions. Because remember, this is a small city. This is the actual, like, city kind of thing. It would be, like, way more buildings and stuff, and it would actually be a city. To some extent. Right? To some extent, like I said, it's less about... It's about giving them that false sense of security. Even the most dangerous sections don't look that dangerous. You just don't want to go down them because you don't want to get lost, right? Because you don't know the city. Heck, if you've visited 2 or 3 times, you might just go down that silly, dirty alleyway. Or you're smart enough to know, like anybody else, that there's enough places like this that hide leechers occasionally. Or at least you think you're smart enough to know. That didn't take much. You get down here, if there's a leecher hiding right there, you're toast. Because to be honest, the biggest thing about leechers that's a problem is they're stupid strong and powerful. Because they're literally full of energy. But don't seem to get tired. Or rather, can't recognize their limits. Anyway, I do gotta finish. So I do hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. I hope to see you tomorrow for, I'm not sure what, we'll see what I'll do tomorrow. But thank you for popping in, thanks for sticking around, and yeah. Bye-bye!